you. Oh my gosh, you guys couldn't hear me? Wow. I've been here talking to you guys and playing music this whole time. Oh man, hold on. I'm not sure what's going on. All right, guys, welcome in for a second try at welcoming everybody in. Not sure what's going on with the PC, but we're gonna have all week long for me to fix it because I'm gonna be working on videos all week long this week. I hope you guys can hear me now. I think you should be able to. I am sorry about we had a little bit of technical difficulties this morning getting things up and running. But here we are, and it's another beautiful day in Esperia. And you know, we got a lot of season left. There's a whole lot of this season yet to come. And I am excited about some of the lore stories that we've got coming up from Farlight. We've got, you know, a quest coming up, I'm sure, when they introduce Siren that will hopefully let us know what he's been up to since we lost track of him, since he left us right before the Cryonaya battle. And his character looks like it's going to be intense, at least really good at PvP. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes an appearance in some surprising places. Wouldn't be surprised if he is surprising. Yeah, that works. So anyhow, today I thought we would kick off with some of my favorite lore stream clips, because it's been we've got so much content that I have made over the last year and a half, and it almost never gets really utilized, I feel like. And there's so much of it that even you guys that are here all the time don't, you know, if you heard it the first time, you got lucky. And it's there's just a lot of content that a lot of people have not seen, and even you guys that are here all the time have not seen all of it. So I thought that it would be a good opportunity to dive into some of the classics today while we are in this in-between time of we're getting the next bit of new heroes coming out soon, and there's leaks coming out lately. By the way, there's some I almost wanted to do a Shamira and Damon episode, but I feel like we should save that for closer to when we know at least more of an information launch, and perhaps even closer to when they really launch. Lot of possibilities. So let's start out here, though, with a bit of a trip down memory lane to Sylvina and her sister. We have not yet done the Bonnie quests, and that's the one I want to do today on air. So while we're doing the Isabella and Sylvina quest, I thought we should at least first do the backstory for it so that everybody is on the same page, as it were. So let's start out with trying to decide if we should start with Isabella or start with Scarlet. Let's start with Isabella, and then we'll do Scarlet. So Isabella is Sylvina's sister, and well, her story is kind of speaks for itself here.
The Esperia Chronicles presents Isabella, the Taken Soul. In an isolated village in the furthest reaches of the Empire, Isabella spent the earliest years in a simple, idyllic life. She divided much of her time between helping her mother around the home and her father in the fields. Often as not, she'd pretend at adventure in the meadows with her sister, Sylvina. On a day that began as any other, her simple innocence was very suddenly lost. Being so far from the seats of power, the lands around the village were at times a lawless place. A group of hardened bandits attacked, without warning or mercy. They wanted everything of value and killed everyone who offered a hint of resistance. The villagers fought as best they could, wielding an assortment of hammers and pitchforks, but they were a peaceful farming folk. There was never a chance of putting up a real resistance to the plunderers. Isabella's parents were among the first slain. She hardly noticed the carnage swirling around her as she sat on the ground next to her dying father. Her tears cut paths through the dirt on her cheek and spattered down onto hands wet with the blood of her family. When the slaughter was nearing its end, and many of the bandits were busying themselves with gathering goods from the humble homes, Isabella felt what could only be described as an awakening. From the scattered corpses, she saw despairing apparitions rise, still screaming their anguish, raging against their helplessness, still feeling the pain and fear in which they had departed the mortal plane. They shrieked demands for justice, for vengeance. A desperately sad power began to fill her, and her eyes flashed a brilliant emerald green. She stood, no longer crying, and pointed at an attacker. He screeched and raised his face to the sky as his flesh and bone turned into a red-tinged dust which fell to the ground in a stinking heap. With her other hand, she pointed at another bandit to the same effect. She began pointing in rapid succession. The one brave enough to try to neutralize the threat covered Isabella's feet in the rancid powder. The rest tried to escape. Not one did. Their lives had become an unwitting offering to their victims. An eye for an eye. Isabella had saved what little remained of the village, a meager collection of cottages standing between swaths of smoldering ruin, still more than enough to house the handful of scared children, elders, and women who hadn't fought back. Those left, however, didn't see the young girl as a savior. Rather, she was viewed as a monster. The people of the village whispered among themselves, and it was almost immediately that they began to fear her even more than the murderers she had dispatched. It was only through the clever efforts of her sister mere days later they avoided the mob and their misguided justice to be doled out with a noose. They managed to escape, driven from the only home they had ever known. They wandered aimless and hungry, surviving on scraps and the odd stolen loaf of bread. They both knew they were bound for a slow, pitiful death on the streets of Ranhorn. Thus, when Count Vidan offered them room and board, they were as elated as their wounded hearts could muster. Under Vidan's guidance, Isabella's talents flourished. She was no longer anything like the carefree little girl who had ran through the meadows. She was transformed into a weapon, made death incarnate.
I love that part about a stinking heap. The murderers, she starts pointing at them and they start turning into red splattered dust in the air one by one. So I believe there's mentions of Isabella in the crossover of that quest line for Bonnie. At least that's what people have told me. I haven't done it yet. The thing that you got to know about Siren, with him coming into the storyline, is that he seems a lot like several other Lightbearer heroes. Believe it or not. There is a bit of a rule regarding those. Rather than him being an outlier, he kind of fits a type of Lightbearer hero. So I wanted to visit what type that is. Let me pull up the AFK arena right here to discuss it. There's a certain type of dark mage in the Lightbearer heroes, which really one could argue shouldn't be called a Lightbearer at all, but Lightbearer is sort of the catch-all phrase for humans at this point in Esperia and AFK Arena, clearly. It is actually, if you think about it. Lightbearer just means human. In Farlight Lilith terminology, anyway. Her son's dead, Bama. Her son died. If this would open, there we go. Okay, as I was saying, there's a certain type of... But he did, though, Bama. But he did. But I like where you're coming from. That's good, you know, deductive, like, I don't know, investigative lore, what do you call it? Lore detective work. But he's dead. I'm like pretty positive he died. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Who summons the 1,000-sail fleet? Now you have seen the full force of the Navy.
The monkey looks so cool.
Now you have seen the full
I love the
force
ape
of
admiral.
Navy.
Okay. So there's a certain type of dark mage, as I was saying, in the light bearers, who people have said should be maybe a hypogean, in fact. And people are saying similar things about Siren now, that he's got, you know, hypo vibes in with his dark magic.
The darkness is so beautiful. Petulance deserves punishment. Enjoy the taste of poison. Petulance deserves punishment. Interesting. Very interesting. Come out and play. Enjoy the taste of poison.
Barack Obama! Barack Obama!
Interesting. Very interesting.
Mr. Barack Obama.
Very interesting.
Bama, did you see the art the Darky made you?
How brilliant. Petulance deserves punishment.
We're gonna do Scarlet next, Bama.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So,
Petulance deserves punishment.
so we've got Moro here.
Enjoy the taste of poison.
And we've got
Come.
Scarlet, as Bama was just saying.
Confined by the gaze of others, yet you escape. That's what I do best. The distinction between reality and rules? What rules? The distinction between reality and fantasy is always clear to me. Escape. That's what I do best. Rules? What rules?
So, we've got
Flows through my veins.
Scarlet and we got Moro. And they are both children of the Violet Orphanage, which is the organization for orphaned children, much like Professor Xavier's School for Mutants. Except they don't celebrate them. We don't actually know that much about, we only have a few stories of what goes on in the Violet Orphanage, but it's supposed to be a horrifying place, and they turn out people like Moro and Scarlet, who are maladjusted and generally bad guys, though they are human. They're like human Lightbearer bad guys, and we learn about a couple of, a student and her sister who escape. and that student and her sister are in Journey. So I don't see any reason that we couldn't have other characters in Journey who are associated with the Violet Orphanage. In fact, I would argue there's lots of reason to expect it because of this tie-in. So I think there's every chance for them to connect Siren to the Violet Orphanage, as he fits all the hallmarks of a Violet Orphanage baby. Namely, his magic type is very similar here to Scarlet's like Arcane Shadow type stuff. Arcane Shadow is pretty accurate, right, to what we've seen from Siren so far. No, Isabella was turned by Vidan, her asshole of a adopted father. Isabella and Sylvina both were, well, Sylvina was taught how to be an assassin by Vidan. We don't know when he so we know when Sylvina was killed. She was killed attempting to assassinate Estrilda's father, Lord Rain, which is, I'm trying to tie him into Journey characters. The most prominent Lightbearer noble in all of Esperia. They're by far the most powerful Lightbearer family in Esperia at this time, and well, at least outside of the royal family. And arguably, they have a lot more power than the royal family, aside from the kingship. As far as like influence, they are the Lightbearer higher order. So Sylvina was sent to assassinate him, and ends up being slain in the process. Which we did her story not that long ago. And maybe I should probably cut it for its own. I don't know. I don't think I did. I think we didn't cut it separate into its own video, but it's out there. I could track it down on an Esperia Chronicles episode. That might be a good one to do too. But Vidan was he is one of the few Graveborn heroes that I think you could say is quite possibly not even dead. I don't recall ever seeing that he had died himself. Here, well, let me show Count Vidan. This is him. He drinks blood, but I'm not sure that we know about him dying. I think he might be one of those rare guys that's so bad and into dark magic that he's a Graveborn without having been born of the grave yet, although I could be wrong. But I think even if he is now undead, I don't think he is though. Hold on. Let's find out. I have a copy of this read somewhere. It's not long either. Why don't I read this one right now? Let's do a reading of it. Give me just one moment to grab a glass of water, and we will jump into this one. Okay. Make an AFK Arena commercial what? Well, Sylvina's dead, Slowby. Yeah, I'm talking about Vidan. I don't remember hearing how he died. But let's check out the story. We'll see what we find here. Let me just set our here we are. Set a few of these into motion. Trying to catch up so Zaxxas doesn't murder me on test server. Yeah, that looks good. All right. An ad lore, Bama? What are you talking about? An ad lore? Oh, yeah, Slowby. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Wait, let's take a look. Excellent question. Isabella, well, she's the taken soul. So I love her little demon stool that she pulls up. It's got like its little the animation, the art is just so great. If you look that it's got a metal tail with so it's got a forked tail like a demon, or yeah, like a devil tail. It's got it on the stool, you see? It's so great. Yeah, but Bama, those aren't the real, those are just that's just lore by some like silly advertising company. That has nothing to do with the Esperia lore. That's just stuff they make up to sell the game, like the pretend gameplay. You know how people always get so mad that there's gameplay that isn't the actual game? That's lore that isn't the actual lore. That would be like doing a video about how to play the game that it shows you playing that isn't actually AFK. Let's see. Never a chance of real resistance to the plunderers. Her parents were among the first slain. She hardly noticed the carnage swirling around her as she sat on the ground next to her dying father. Her tears cut paths through the dirt on her cheeks. That was always a really striking image for me. I think that really, you can see it right away. It's a great example of how good the writing is in AFK Arena, and has been for years and years and years. We need these stories put into the game just like they were at launch, just before launch. The beta, all through beta, we had stories just like these, and many of these exact stories were in the game for the AFK Arena characters that made it to Journey, had their real stories in game, and they looked just like this. And we need them added back in. So the more people that say that on their surveys, and the more people that say it in the comments, and the more people that speak out, the more they will feel the pressure to do so. And tell other people about the movement too. That's the biggest thing you can do, is tell your friends about the fact that stories existed and they should be added back. So she hardly noticed. There's the tears cutting a path through the dirt on her cheeks. When the slaughter was nearing its end, many of the bandits were busying themselves gathering goods from the humble homes. Isabella felt what could only be described as an awakening. From the scattered corpses, she saw despairing apparitions rise. So she is seeing these horrible, like, type of ghosts come out of their bodies, fresh with anguish. Like anguish right off the vine. Raging against their helplessness, still feeling the pain and fear in which they had departed the mortal plane. Woof! Heck yeah. They shrieked demands for justice and vengeance. A desperately sad power began to fill Isabella, and her eyes flashed a brilliant emerald green. Now, if they flashed a brilliant green, to me, I always took that, Slowby, as like it flashed across it, like it's there and it's gone. But you mean flashed, you think means they changed in a flash and became almost like instantly became that green. I'm not sure which one's right. She stood, no longer crying, and pointed at an attacker. He screeched, raised his face to the sky as his flesh and bones turned into a red-tinged dust, which fell to the ground in a stinking heap. That is one of the coolest sentences in all of the English language. Certainly certainly in all of Esperia. That is one of the best images that they have. It's so vivid. I love it so much. The full thing is, I love No Longer Crying. That's a nice little quick thing to add to the picture, which is really striking. And it's definitely ambiguous, Slowby, for 100%. Also, I really like a desperately sad power. That's nice. A desperately sad power. So, a desperately sad power began to fill her, and her eyes flashed a brilliant emerald green. She stood, no longer crying, and pointed at an attacker. He screeched and raised his face to the sky as his flesh and bones turned into a red-tinged dust, which fell to the ground in a stinking heap. With her other hand, she pointed at another bandit, to the same effect. She began pointing in rapid succession. The one brave enough to try to neutralize the threat covered Isabella's feet in the rancid powder. So, if we go then, yeah, it does not say what her status may be. So afterwards, according to this story, afterwards, so she saves the village, but people don't trust her anymore. I mean, would you? If you saw what she was doing, it'd be pretty scary, huh? But that also tells me she might not be Graveborn, because they're all scared of her, but they don't treat her as they don't call her a Graveborn. She's just the weird girl now. It kind of sounds like. But it's definitely ambiguous, no doubt. People of the village whispered among themselves, and it was almost immediate that they began to fear her even more than the murderers she had dispatched. It was only through the clever efforts of her sister, Sylvina, mere days later, that she avoided the mob and their misguided justice intended to be doled out with a noose. They managed to escape, driven from the only home they had ever known. They wandered aimless and hungry, surviving on scraps and the odd stolen loaf of bread. And they both knew they were bound for a slow, pitiful death on the streets of Ranhorn. That is when Count Vidan stepped in to make them his newest little orphan project. Now let's find out what his deal is according to the story. It's not a long one. In here anyway. There might be more in the book, but do Graveborn eat? There is actually an entire episode all about that. After I read this, perhaps we'll visit that, Slowby, since you asked. It's a good one. We'll have to do that. I can't believe you asked that question. It's perfect. We'll visit that question as soon as we finish the Vidan story here. All right. Vidan, the demise. The people of Ranhorn were disappearing. When the sun set, those fortunate enough to live behind strong doors would scurry back to their dwellings, drawing bolts and latches. They would shutter their windows and sit together around the warmth of their fires, listening for any strange noises outside. What's that? For those without the comforts of hearth and home, the night was dark indeed. The street folk stole worried glances at the moonlight, squeezing into alcoves or behind barrels for the meager obfuscation that those barrels could provide. A cloud of mistrust and ill feeling settled over the townspeople, and they turned away any vagrants, begging sanctuary with decisive, stern refusals. No! Get lost! Moon is full. The street folk and travelers too poor to afford lodging at an inn would be found days later, dropped carelessly in some alley or back lot, their corpses desiccated, their skin like old parchment. Count Vidan was the last person anyone would suspect. A noble of staggering wealth and privilege. What motivation could he possibly possess? He'd never wanted for anything. His life one of such luxury that the average man could hardly imagine it. One thing could not be bought, however. He was very aware of it as well. That the great equalizer, death, cared no more for his wealth than it did others' poverty. The concept of death one day coming for him was insulting, and he began to delve into the dark arts with an indignant intensity, seeking to escape the inevitable. With time, efforts, threats, and a great deal of money, he accumulated a small library of forbidden knowledge. His shelf of dusty tomes and blood-stained scrolls contained such damning information that to be found with it would mean a burning at the stake, no matter his station or influence. It was after absorbing this knowledge that he saw the two orphan girls. His intuition told him that they would be useful, and he always trusted his intuition. So he took them, Sylvina and Isabella, back to his manor. After gaining their trust with smiles, gifts, and many a warm meal, he brought them to the library, instructing them to take down the old volumes and read them aloud. His smile took on a maniacal twist. He listened intently as the younger girl muttered over the ancient words as smoothly as if she had read the passage 100 times before. The room darkened, the candles guttering, and disembodied whispers danced around the trio. This girl had a gift he could use. Under Vidan's tutelage, Isabella developed the ritual that would allow Vidan to live as long as there were unsuspecting food sources. The blood of the townsfolk would become the life force of another, superior being. The older one would serve a more brutal purpose. It wasn't difficult to recognize her strength and her callousness, this Sylvina. She could accomplish great things with a blade and some training. The sprawling manor Vidan had occupied began to take on the look of all empty homes, ceasing to exhibit that intangible energy of life within. By the time anyone decided to investigate, the estate had long since been abandoned. The only residents now are the thousands of bats that will occasionally swarm into the dusk over Ranhorn, always an omen of another dark night. Death is for the poor. Ah, ah, ah. Did it, Bama? Sorry, pal. I've got ads turned way down to like super low now for a while. It's a thing that Season and I are experimenting with. So I apologize, sir. I wasn't usually when I start those, especially the short ones, I will click the buttons that make it so that it won't get interrupted while I'm doing it, but I didn't think to because the commercials are mostly turned off right now, so. But I'll probably cut that and put it up with the Sylvina video like at some point, so can revisit it. Man, she looks so cool. And they really did a good job in Journey too, I think. I mean, right? Girl looks amazing. Where is she? There she is. Yes. Not bad. Huh? Not bad at all. Right down to the cross-strappy backless dress. And the knee guards. See those? She looks fantastic. And the scarf. Where's her scarf, though? Does she not have this? Oh, no, it's there. Of course, it's flowing. Perfect. Yeah, her scarf is one of my favorite parts of her outfit. She just looks tremendous here. She's so stylish. I love that they didn't try to make her sexy. They kept her as like a stylish child, basically. Murderess, but... Her story's a very long one, as I recall. It is, yeah. Well, it's not that long, I guess. But, we've done it before. I suppose we could do it again. We may as well. I don't know, Alistair. If you're talking about the one that was fairly recent, it's like in 3 parts on Netflix, the 3-part Dracula. It's stupendous. It's one of my favorite things on all of Netflix. We're probably talking about the same thing. That Dracula where the first one is with him and the nuns at the church in like old Transylvania, and then the second episode is the Voyage of the Demeter, which is so good. And then the third one is him in the modern world, which is even cooler. Is it that one that you're talking about? Because that's just a tremendous version of Dracula. We love that one. I don't know who Moffat and Gatiss are, though, and if they're the creators of it, then I should know more about them. Perhaps their Sherlock is good, too. Oh, yeah, man. It's so, so good, right? So, so good. We are in agreement, per usual, Alistair. Okay, let's dive into some Sylvina with her background story, which used to be in game. It was a little icon right around here. Right around here. There was an icon where you could just click it and get Sylvina's story and read about her story. And it was removed and taken from us before its time. All right. And of course my doesn't want to work. Hey man, me either, but we all gotta work, okay? Sorry, blue stacks. All right, sorry guys, I'm gonna close out test server here now. That's what I was getting ready to do. I fired up the other one now. So, apologize for the delay. Let's do it. Looks like we are all set there as well. Seems to be going quite well. In hunting fields for me. And Shaltir from Overlord, as Bama mentioned, has arrived. Does she have her own story, Bama? Oh, wow. She does. That's cool. Ah, yes. Looking good. If you weren't with us last night, we acquired this most wonderful, what do you call? Monocle here. Or it's really a skin for the Frost Monocle from the Velvet Store, which has probably been here all season, but if it has, I've missed it until now. But I'm really, really happy with how it looks with the tux coat and everything. It's like this silvery blue. And my new Tossie hat. All very, very cool. All right. And our girl here.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable. A fatal strike. Optimal training results. Present. Your command? Silence. I'm here. Who's the target? My quest failed. What is the next quest?
I've always loved that that's her celebration, is just what's next. Very, like, ambivalent, which is her signature, huh? So. Friends, I give to you the story of Sylvina, which was once in this game available. Just like all the other lore stories, it was available right here, right next to, right where actually the new affinity button replaced it, with these god-awful things known as tales, which are AI generated and have nothing to do with the actual character. And one of the largest examples of how terrible these tales are is in the Sylvina ones. If you'll look, Sylvina tale number 3. Sylvina accepts any assassination request so long as her target is not a young woman or a child. Okay. So far, so good. Makes sense. Feels like a real character, you know. Okay, sure, right. Number 8. She was clearly 10 paces in front of me, but in the blink of an eye, she appeared at my back. Oh, they changed it. Look, they changed it after I called it out. A man who managed to survive Sylvina's attack. They finally changed it, you guys. So they'll change that? Oh my god. And that, but they won't make them accurate. So they'll actually change. So it used to say a girl who managed to survive Sylvina's attack until very recently. It said that. I don't know when they changed that. But if they're gonna make that change, then they should be changing all the rest of them too, to actually be accurate. Somehow that makes me even more pissed. They changed it to save their own asses from looking embarrassing, but they won't change it to make it accurate for the fans. I think that's why it upsets me. Cause, oh, so they do know how to change these, but only if it's making them look extra bad. Not to change it for the quality's sake, for the fan base. I guess, you know. I don't know what to, I don't know. I can't really say at least they changed it because of what I just said. I'm not sure that that's better. I guess it is. I guess it is. It shows that they're what it shows is that they're willing to make some changes to these. So that's more reason for us to start being very, very upfront with them about how inaccurate they are and how much everybody wants to see changes made. All right, enough about that. I am surprised to see that that wasn't changed until very recently. It's been like that since these were added in. When did they add in the AI tales and take out the stories? I think February of last, so over a year now. Yeah. All right. Sylvina. Sylvina, the taken breath. Even in life, Sylvina was surrounded by death. She was orphaned as an infant, and thereafter kept alive only to be used as a tool, or rather, a weapon. Through extensive, cruel training, most of Sylvina's humanity was stripped away by the time she was old enough to begin looking after herself through day-to-day life. At the age when most children are playing with dolls and wooden swords, Sylvina had already killed. Though she was young, she was quick, agile, and precise. She had no distractions, since the only life she'd ever known was that of dealing death. None of those targets assigned to Sylvina lived through their encounters with her. Sooner or later, they all felt her blade. That was, at least, until the last. The widely admired Baron Rain, father to General Istrilda Rain, the lead general of the Lightbearer army, was Sylvina's final target. She approached this assignment as usual, first with observation. She hid outside the castle of House Rain. Day and night, she watched from the shadows, memorizing the routines and habits of the watchmen, the knights, the nobles, even the officials rushing to and from the castle on their various errands. After some time, she knew how things worked at Castle Rain. Every couple of days, the Baron would take his young daughter out riding, accompanied by only a token force of guards. This was her best chance to dispatch the decorated warrior and still get away with her life. She knew that, considering the Baron's combat prowess and experience in the field, she'd need speed and surprise. There would be no second chances here. The odds would only be in her favor for a bare, brief moment after she revealed herself. Even so, she was not fearful nor apprehensive. She knew her task. She knew how to accomplish it, knew how to complete it as she had many times before, and she knew how to extricate herself from the ensuing chaos. When the Baron arrived at the point of ambush, Sylvina dropped silently from the dark boughs of a tree. She fell toward the rider with her knees bent at the perfect angle, ready to take the impact of the landing and execute a quick roll, knives out and held at the ready to strike. For the briefest instant, she allowed her focus to waver. She saw the girl she'd seen from afar, now close and made real. The girl's face hadn't even had time to register surprise. She had simply looked to Sylvina, the dark shape falling from the tree, and the innocence in her eyes shook the assassin, shook her right down to her core. The girl was what she might have been. This, suddenly in front of her, staring back, was what had been taken from her, from Sylvina. Still falling, she lashed out in a red fury, her stiletto glinting toward the Baron's neck. But the Baron's reflexes were faster than his young daughter, and he had responded mechanically, no thought required, like a true soldier. Her blade whisked a hair's breadth away from the jugular into thin air, and the Baron's blade was drawn when her feet hit the ground. Yeah, typo. And the Baron's blade was drawn when her feet hit the around. And the Baron's blade was drawn when her feet hit the ground. Rain thrust, and Sylvina felt a sudden sharp pressure in her leg, and felt the hot blood running across her skin. She bolted, just managing an escape into the underbrush. She ran for quite some time, until the sounds of rage and pursuit had ceased entirely. By the time she felt safe, However, she was too faint to go on. She was lucky in that the undergrowth was thick enough to conceal the trail of blood she'd left, but all that blood had been too much for her slight frame to handle losing. As she settled to the forest floor, she could feel her pride, dignity, and life leaving her with each crimson surge. Even as her life waned, her humiliation and shame grew larger still. At her moment of death, there was nothing but resentment and unthinking spite left in her heart. This spite was so strong that the Graveborn, skulking in a nearby barrow, this spite was so strong that the Graveborn, skulking in a nearby barrow, could smell it in the scent of blood. When they reached her, This spite was so strong that the Graveborn, skulking in a nearby barrow, could smell it in the scent of blood. When they reached her still warm body and began preparing it for resurrection, they couldn't have known what a terrifyingly cold killer they were creating. With her lesson learned and any vestige of compassion lost, the new Sylvina would become an avatar of death himself. Death comes to us all eventually. I just deliver it early. Such a cool image with her holding the blade and it's pointed at her own breast here. I mean, it may not be, right? It could be pointed to the side or whatever, but it looks as though she's about to pierce herself, or rather at least that she's doing something gracefully which implies it or something. It's a neat image. I think the way that the blade is pointed really captures the essence of the Graveborn part of her character. So that's Sylvina's story, and we did Isabella and Vidan. Now, to get the whole story of Isabella and Sylvina, and to understand what I'm talking about with Siren, we're going to take a stroll into the world of Scarlet. Scarlet.
Yet you surge through the world. Rules? What rules? A dark force flows through my veins.
Scarlet is super cool. Were you here, Sloby, for the Vidan story? Because Vidan adopts the two of them. Okay, so he takes in 2 orphan girls, blah, 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 blah. He had the one girl read the thing. It started, disembodied voices started whispering and dancing around them. She had a gift he could use. Under his tutelage, she developed a ritual that would allow him to live as long as there were unsuspecting food sources. The blood of the townsfolk would become the life force of another superior being. The older one would serve a more brutal purpose. It wasn't difficult to recognize her strength and callousness. She could accomplish great things with a blade and some training. Yeah, we'd read all this earlier. So he's training the 2 of them. And before that, let's see. Even in life, Sylvina was surrounded by death. She was orphaned as an infant and soon after kept alive only to be used as a tool, or rather what. So, no, I think she's an infant when Isabella is a 3-year-old or whatever and killing people. Probably Sylvina is probably an infant then. Right? I think they're born sisters. And so she's, I mean, infant, maybe they use the term loosely. You know, maybe they're saying very, very young. So maybe she's not like an actual infant, like less than a year. Maybe she's, you know, maybe that's just the translation word that it gave for, although I think they're written in English. I'm not sure. Bow wow wow yippee oh yippee yay Bama. Bow 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 Bama. A bow for a bow and a bow for a bow. Yeah, Slowby, it's a good observation. I had not caught that line before. I think Often as not, she'd pretended adventure in the meadows with her sister, Sylvina. Okay, so they're pretending in the meadows. So... Sylvina's not that little, right? Yeah, it doesn't give any age here of the two. Anyhow. Hee. All right. So, either way, Vidan sees the girls and sees a purpose to them and thinks to himself, I don't know what purpose they will have, but they'll have one. And then he gets to know them a bit, and he asks them to go with him to the library. And they go into the library. So they get to the library, and he has them start reading, and almost immediately spirits start swirling all around, and he realizes what a talent the older one has for, or no, the younger one? I don't remember which one's older. Might be the younger one. He realizes what a talent Isabella has for magic. Dark magic. And he starts having her do incantations to keep him alive at the expense of those whose blood he drinks. So, he is not dead. He is a vampire through dark magic and aligned with the Graveborn, though he is not a Graveborn. Then he sends Isabella off to school, and Sylvina is being taught at home how to be an assassin. Meanwhile, he's turning himself literally into bats. I remember in the early days of the game, some of the hardest levels were the ones where Vidan turns into bats. Those would be a real bitch to get past, is the ones where he would turn into bats, and then you'd have to wait till he it could be really hard to survive that because he's immune to all damage when he turns into the bats. Oh my gosh, can you guys imagine if they brought Vidan into Journey? It would be so cool. God, I really hope they do. That'd be amazing. They should bring Vidan in when they bring in like Damon and Shamira. Oh, it'd be wonderful. So anyway, I love that bat's animation. It's really just the coolest. So he sends Isabella off to school at the Violet Orphanage, where she meets Scarlet, and where our next story begins. From the world of Esperia. And after which, we'll lighten it up a little bit after this next story, and I'll answer that question that you had earlier of what do Graveborn eat? This is from AFK with DangerGrey's The Esperia Chronicles last year sometime. maybe even 2023, actually, this one.
Scarlet, the Arcane Shadow. Companion piece to the Esperia Chronicles, The Violet Orphanage. Chapter 1. Scarlet remembers that day. Chapter 1. Scarlet still remembers that day, being torn away from her mother and left in an orphanage. Crazed and delirious, her mother kept repeating herself over and over. Her voice was filled with hysterical panic, one moment asking, "Don't you hear that, sweetheart?" And the next angrily berating Scarlet, "You lying brat! How can you not hear those noises?" "I don't hear anything, Mother. Nothing at all." No matter how insistently her mother pressed, Scarlet remained tight-lipped and took the abuse. Gradually, with Scarlet's repeated reassurances, her mother's frenzy calmed. For a brief moment, she was lucid. "You've done well, Scarlet." She leaned down, her fiery red locks falling forward. The very same flaming hair that was a symbol of Scarlet's matriarchal curse. With a love in her eyes, she gently stroked Scarlet's face, a tiny, self-satisfying smile creasing her lips. Perhaps she could see the power within Scarlet to break this awful inheritance. Before she had succumbed to insanity, it had been her sincerest wish to see Scarlet raised as a true lady, a lady as graceful and virtuous as her own mother had been, Scarlet's grandmother, the finest opera singer in all of Oakenfell. Alas, at just 6 years old, Scarlet dashed her mother's dreams of such a path. Tearing up her suffocating corsets and disrespecting the rules of her elders, she eschewed it all. Chapter 2. Once her mother was safely locked away in the confines of the asylum, Scarlet was taken in by the Violet Orphanage. Duchess Georgiana is famed for her philanthropy and acts of charity. She sponsors the efforts of the Violet Orphanage, citing it to be a fine and reputable institution. Just one night after her arrival, Scarlet was already planning her escape. Something seemed amiss here. The superficial care ladies, the bizarre mealtime prayers offering worship to the Duchess, and those weird tests. Her most successful escape attempt was to a little town 100 miles away from the orphanage. She was caught and returned to the facility, along with her recently assigned roommate, assigned to her by a care lady as part of a test. The girl was known only as Number 95, and she supposedly could interact with the wandering spirits of the deceased. Scarlet is Number 63. Word of Number 63's escapades reached the ears of the Duchess. The repeated escape attempts from her charitable establishment irritated her. After all, she is trying her utmost to be a paragon of generosity in her senior years. A care lady took Scarlet away and threw her into a test, raising the intensity of the process to several hundred times that of the previous tests. Her will was diminished as something connected with her mind. Her consciousness fading, the sound of sinister, acrid whispers finally reached her. Chapter 3. Scarlet found herself stood in pitch black upon a stone bridge, choked with purple vines. Lurking amongst the vines were unsettling shadows that gathered together to become a pack of terrible monsters. Though their features were unclear, and their faces seemingly a blur, Scarlet could feel them prying into her mind, their eyes boring into her, searching out her thoughts and fears. Just as she was about to be ensnared by the frightening creatures, a soft voice called from the other side of the bridge. Scarlet. A familiar voice. Her mother. Her mother stood quietly opposite her, staring at her daughter. The very same moment her mother appeared, the monsters clinging to Scarlet's arms and legs fled in an instantaneous exodus. Scarlet ran to her mother. Her mother's eyes were clear and alert, and her vibrant red hair was pulled back into a tidy coiffure. This was not the bedraggled, crazy woman of recent, but Scarlet's mother from her childhood, before she turned 6 years old. Straightening up her daughter's jacket, she then took Scarlet's hand and spoke. Scarlet Lawrence, that is your name, and also your grandmother's name. This curse of madness has clung to the women of this family like a terrible miasma, neither dispellable nor alleviable. We are special, sensitive to certain things, rather like a medium. Those vile creatures will not let us rest, constantly pestering us with their noise. There are great evils, grotesque ancient spirits that lurk in whispers, trying to corrupt your soul and strip you of your sanity. Your grandmother took her own life during a performance, unable to tell reality from fantasy. I became overwhelmed by the shadows and chaos. Chipping away at my sanity, it dragged me into a hopeless delusion, much as you just experienced here. It drove me totally insane. But that darkness is a power we possess. It flows through our veins, bringing us both pain and incredible strength. I have always believed you to be capable of discerning reality from fantasy. Farewell, my dear daughter Scarlet. I am going to join my mother now. Scarlet's mother let go of her hand and took a step back. Scarlet frantically clawed at the space before her, trying to touch her mother, but instead finding her hands passing right through the silhouette, as if she were a ghost. Letting out a loud cry, her mother's body erupted into a cloud of countless fireflies, spreading throughout the pitch blackness to disperse the darkness that enveloped the bridge and Scarlet. Chapter 4. Mother! Mother! Are you okay? Oh? 063? A whiny, mosquito-esque voice buzzed in Scarlet's ear. Scarlet awoke from the hallucination. Standing in front of her was her roommate, number 95. For some unknown reason, she had an unfamiliar girl with her. Number 95 hurried to explain herself. She's my sister, Sylvina. You've been out cold since you were brought back. I thought maybe... Sylvina piped up, urging her sister. Well, she's fine. We need to go. Sylvina opened the window and yanked her sister up after her. Before vanishing through the window, Isabella turned to Scarlet. 63, I used to always see this red-haired spirit with you, but since you were brought back, she's gone. Chapter 5. Deep into the night, the Violet Orphanage is blanketed by quiet. Under cover of darkness, Two little girls, hands locked together tight, flee desperately into the night.
Well, well, how many naughty bunnies do we have here tonight, then?
A burly guard, iron baton in hand, blocks the girl's way forward. Pointing his baton at Sylvina as her sister cowers behind her, he counts.
1, 2.
He nods his head mockingly at Isabella, her body shaking uncontrollably as she tries to hide behind her sister. As the two parties stood in confrontation, neither noticed Scarlet calmly stroll down a different path. Catching sight of Scarlet, the guard clenched his teeth with anger, knowing well this old nemesis who had escaped his vigilance so many times before.
3!
Why, hello there, my old buddy Gatewatcher. I received a gift from the Duchess, so I have something I wish to give her in return. Number 95's big sister, please take her away. She cries every day from dawn till dusk. It's driving me nuts. Oh, right.
Scarlet turned to Isabella.
Wimpy number 95. I'm number 63. Scarlet.
Just as Isabella was dragged away from the scene by her big sister, the sound of a commotion was heard from behind them as more guards assembled. Unable to contain her curiosity, Isabella turned to look back, and what she witnessed would stay with her for the rest of her life. Around number 63, a searing purple-red flame was burning outwards, engulfing all in its path. As a furious torrent of black turbulence surged from her body. The colliding elements created a cacophonous racket as the sky seemed to shake, and a dragon formed of flame and cloud engulfed the entire orphanage with one thunderous roar.
At the time, Scarlet was like a queen that had taken center stage. But that expression on her face, that smile, there was a flicker of insanity.
Her mother's eyes were clear and alert, and her vibrant red hair was pulled back into a tidy coiffure. This was not the bedraggled... What a word. Is that a word in English? That's amazing. I love these translations, especially from this time period, like 2021, 2022. The translations of the Chinese are just exquisite, these English translations.
Yeah. So, the Violet Orphanage is pretty dang cool, and I think even if they don't tie it in directly, I feel like there's a lot of direct correlation with the types of magic that Siren is effing around with. Man, I would love for them to do... They could do a whole... based on how small the story is that they told in Season 3, because let's be honest, like, it was interesting, but the scale was very small. The scale was like something going on in a single town from the Divine War, which spanned the entire globe. They talked about one town's hero from the Divine War, which is cool. You know, it was cool. But it was just one town defeating one Hypogean, you know. So, if they're gonna keep the scale as small as all that, then they definitely could have, they could do a whole freaking season around the Violet Orphanage if they wanted. Ha! Found it. I can never find this page. Okay. I'm still not sure exactly how these points add up. Like, these are different values, but these are all the same value, and it just makes no sense to me. Unless you get 12 of you can get 100 points for being top 500, and another, and like, if those 12 are all in the top 200, then 9 of them will count for a second set of 100, is I think how it must work. Because nothing else makes sense in my brain, but that doesn't mean that's how it works. But my understanding would be that like if you've got 5 players in the top 50 and all 5 of them are actually ranked, you know, in the top 10. You got 5 players in the top 10, and then your 6th highest player is ranked 51st. Okay, so your 6th highest player. So you have guys 1 through 5, and then your 6th player is the 51st player. I think that would score as what, 800 points? Right? Does that sound right? Ignoring the 6th player. Tell me if that sounds right to any of you guys. What's up, Ace? Hey, Zero. Also, I promised you guys that we would do What Do Graveborn Eat, and so we shall. Let me find it. It's wonderful. Sorry for this, for the jump scare. It's jump scared the words right out of me. I'm so sorry, everybody. Oh my god.
Especially to the headphone users, RIP.
Okay. Divine light, math problems, battle of the masters, Rosalind's broom, becoming one with evil powers. Here we go. Yeah, it's Graveborn Health Manual. It's a classic. We've seen it many times here, but it's a treat.
Graveborn and Hypogeans, intertwined by paths of blood. But our stories have nothing to do with any of that. There's just laughs, banter, and a little bit of gossip here. Welcome to the delightful world of Esperia.
Please try not to move. You're craving.
Damn shame. Another reckless fool. Without the common sense to stay out of the sun.
Stitchy, it seems like no one really knows how to take care of themselves, and Daddy's crazy busy every day. Oh, you think we could do something helpful for everyone and put together some kind of list? Like ways Graveborn can stay healthy.
To keep your undead corpse in top shape, you must eat and drink well. Make sure you get all the major food groups, such as arachnids and fungus, and yes, balanced nutrition is essential. Good health starts in the guts. And of course, you can't forget to get enough moonlight. Now, promise me that you won't be like those idiots who get caught sunbathing, hear me? Because that kind of nonsensical behavior is strictly for the living.
You're right, Mama. Shamira, my mommy. Beautiful and kind. Balanced nutrition. Bathe under moonlight. No sun.
You want tips on Graveborn health? This'll do it. You need anything else?
Me? No. That'll be it for now.
Keeping your carcass from just rotting away is more than enough. Do we need to waste time trying to get perfect skin? Waiting for love to come around and rip our stupid undead hearts out?
No, I'm sorry. Scary Mask Guy Pharrell says, just a jar of preservative. That's all a single Graveborn needs. No waiting for love? He's so scary!
Oh? You want to know the trick to good health?
Here's Vidan.
Simple, really. Fresh blood. Oh, blood from the veins of a human is a delicacy of the highest order. During the harvest, the blood of farm girls is exquisitely tinged with the most delicate aroma of wheat. You taste the sea in a fisherman's blood, but for me, it's a bit fishy. If you get the chance, you simply must try the blood of teenagers.
Bloodsucker Vidon's advice. All kinds of fresh blood. He talks too much. He's a huge glutton. Luckily, Graveborns can't eat themselves to death.
You want to know what I do to take care of myself?
Yes, I do, Princess Theowen.
Look into my eyes.
Oh? Okay, sure. Oh, wow! Gemstones!
Tears will make your eyes shine and sparkle.
So you're saying crying will...
Oh, but unfortunately, tears are not very good for your skin. So you'll want to apply a special face mask daily.
Tears and a healthy sparkle. Face mask. Oh?
First, pour in a good amount of preservative, a cup of snake bile, 2 sun-dried venomous spiders, then grind it all together with a mortar and pestle.
Wanna go?
What? You're leaving me? But you're waiting too long. It's all my fault. I messed up again. And now you're leaving like everyone else. Jay, please don't cry.
Someone call my name?
So this is this one's about Graveborns and evil powers, and I've only seen it once or twice. I kind of want to watch this one too. Let's check this one out.
Esperia, a world of swords and sorcery, a battlefield of light and darkness. Lightbearers, maulers, wilders, dwarves, graveborn, and hypogeans, intertwined by paths of blood. But our stories have nothing to do with any of that. There's just laughs, banter, and a little bit of gossip here. Welcome to the delightful world of Esperia.
Oh, don't deny yourself the pleasure. Smash the glass and those decadent treats are all yours. Sweet rolls, cream pies, and more. I think I even see some marzipan and countless chocolate goodies. They're practically begging you to take them.
Graveborn can't eat human food.
Huh? What? Seriously?
I knew this one was about eating too. Yeah, this is about eating.
How can you be so boring? Look, you've got nothing but time, so why not have some fun? This moonlight is perfect for sneaking around. I'd scare the life out of people and then rip out their throats. Oh, just the thought of it makes me giddy.
Shut up.
Was his shadow a New Zealander just now? Was I imagining that? Did you guys hear that?
This moonlight is perfect for sneaking around.
This moonlight is perfect. Moonlight. I can't. Oh my god, I can hear it, but I can't do it.
This moonlight is perfect for sneaking around. I'd scare the life out of people and then rip out their throats. Oh, just the thought of it makes me giddy.
Shut up.
You're an embarrassment to the forces of darkness.
That doesn't bother me.
Come on! If only brother knew this is what you would turn into, I'm sure he'd...
He's not your brother.
If I had a heart, that surely would have broken it.
Really? I thought you'd be used to it.
It's showtime.
Help
What in the underworld just happened?
What an embarrassing fool.
Oh my god, the sounds the broom makes. I'm dying, you guys. That was so funny. It was like Jackie Chan, the broom. It was so good. It was Bruce Lee. Sorry, I meant Bruce Lee. It was so funny, dude. Oh my god. Broom Lee. Oh, Kung Broom.
Have a drink, why don't you? So you'd rather sit around here in a drunken stupor, eh?
Works for me.
This stinks. What did I do to deserve a graveborn like you?
Another drink over here, please.
Huh?
I gotta close out. What the? What happened to my money? I had plenty on me. Did I drop it in the street or something? Huh?
Evil beings never need to pay for our liquor.
What? Get back right now, you devil!
Hey, you're a graveborn! What use do you have for these mortals' money?
A graveborn has to eat too.
Listen to yourself. You're not a force of darkness. You're a joke.
Give that back.
No. No way.
Mr. Batten, you'll need to pick up the pace. Our clientele isn't the type that enjoys waiting around.
Oh, of course, ma'am. I'll go faster. I'm sorry.
Sod, the forces of darkness washing dishes. Ridiculous! We should be wasting these slobs, not cleaning a mess.
Yeah, well, this is all your fault, you know.
Oh, I've got a much better idea, and it's absolutely wicked. Let's smash these all to pieces. The forces of darkness don't pay our debts. We do whatever we want, whatever we want.
I'll make us stay here forever to work it off.
Just messing with you.
Watch out! Huh? You're going to knock all those over. No!
Are you from the Kaminsky family? We're looking for their descendants. Okay, well, I only know that their family is somehow connected to our family. That's about it. You could ask my brother. He went out this morning to go see the hero's ice sculpture.
Oh, so he must admire he must admire the general, then.
I guess so. Every time he's in a bad mood, he goes to see her. If you're gonna find him, can you take me with you? He hasn't come home for a bit, and I want to talk to him.
Yeah, sure, we can take you to him.
Chippy never, ever asks me if I'm okay with something. He and Hemi both. They just assume that we're here to just, like, help every Joe Schmo who walks down the street saying they need a bedroll. You know, oh, it's fine. Come here. Danger's bedrolls are us. Are there no workhouses?
Why is there a person laying in front of the ice sculpture?
Stefan, you've been drinking again.
He's your brother?
Yeah, I think he went drinking again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been away so long. Wake up, Stefan. It's time to go home.
Wait a moment. His complexion seems off. He's been lying in the snow for too long. He may have hypothermia. We need to have a way to quickly warm him up. Let's make a fire then, or Chippy can take off his clothes for him to wear.
That's the second time that alcoholism has invaded our plot lines this season. Excuse me. Oh, that's Hammy.
Do you have anything hot to drink? Something that can warm up the body? It would be best if it could also help with hangovers. Oh, did someone get drunk and sleep in the snow again?
How did you know?
Ha! I have the overnight shift. I'm used to seeing people do dumb things like this. There's some hot hangover brew in my pack. It's hot and spicy, and can even up the dead. Ha! You can find it in there. By the way, you can help organize my pack after you're done. I have a lot of work to do, Shani. Not if I see you first, Shani.
Huh.
Stefan, you went out drinking again, and we found you lying in the snow. Something might have happened if no one found you. Please, I don't want to be alone. Sorry, Peter. Thank you for staying with Peter.
No problem, buddy. You know, we got a meeting around here that we do on Wednesdays. It's like me and Chippy and Hugin. And I mean, you know, it's anonymous, so I'm gonna stop there, but you'd be surprised at who else is in there. Or maybe you wouldn't, I don't know.
Cryonaya, for one. Ugh.
Why were you lying in the snow?
Yeah, you told me you were only coming to see the ice sculpture. Sorry, I wasn't in a great mood. I planned to come here to lay flowers for the hero, but when I left Cedar Town, I bought a bottle. I thought it'd warm me up on the way, but then I just passed out.
This is really, it's the second time alcoholism has played a major plot point in Chains of Eternity. The first one was in the plot lines for the escape room, which was also that was a lot stranger use of it, kind of. I don't know. That was a weird part of the story for this season. I think they were maybe testing out the notion of doing one, but they didn't really create an effective one. But then again, if they did, then people would be stuck in there until, you know, looking it up, or which is not necessarily a bad thing. I think oftentimes that games sacrifice something by not making stuff more, I don't know how to say it. I just feel like they make it all too, well, in the interest of getting everyone through it, we can't make it too hard. I feel like there's a bit too much of that, especially in Journey.
I planned to come here to lay flowers, but I bought a bottle. I thought it warmed me up on the way, but then I just passed out. Oh, I didn't even have time to pick flowers. Don't worry about it. I'll go pick some sapphirine blossoms. No,
not by yourself. Remember what our parents told you before. Never leave town alone. Ah, that light. God, I'm just so hungover. I'm sorry, Peter. But you left me alone at the house.
It's okay, we can go together.
Oh, that's great. Please stay close to Peter. Where is this going? Like, what is the point of this quest? Where are we going?
Yeah, someone like that did pass by. He was mumbling about something. I think he was saying that he wasn't a coward or some such. Anyway, he didn't seem completely there, if you know what I'm saying.
Do you know where he went?
Hey, kid, the mine is only this big. Other than this exit here, where can he go? That leads to the ancient battlefield.
Every sword is a witness.
Stefan, you're injured. It's all right. It's a serious wound. You don't need to worry. About me, I'm fine, Peter. Y'all didn't need to help me, but thanks anyway. You want to thank us? Stop running around there, big bro. Peter was very worried about you. I know, but I have... Aren't you DangerGrey? What are you doing here? I have to do this, DangerGrey. Not long ago, I was a member of the Ducal Guard. You probably don't have Ducal Guards where you're from, but it means a guard of the duchy. Don't ask me why they call it a Dookie Guard. I don't know. But thanks to the guard's Dookie... No. Thanks to the Dookie Guard's captain, I even became the leader of a small patrol team. And a while ago, while I was on patrol, I encountered an undead squatting Dookie on a tombstone. On a tombstone! He was hunched over, wearing, well, you know, it was wearing a helmet with his face covered, but then he took the helmet off and dropped it, and there was a sword stuck right through his throat. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes that's what life is like. Sometimes life is a dookie on a tombstone with a sword in her throat. Not her throat, although I hear you, brother. A sword stuck through your throat. My team members were terrified. Am I making sense? But he didn't hurt anyone. DangerGrey. He didn't hurt anyone. Danger didn't either, because Danger's a freaking god, but no, Danger, I'm trying to tell you that this grave person did not hurt anyone. And I must have, instead, he helped some lost children, and they found their way, and we let him go. And I don't know if it was okay. And I don't know why I drink. Do you have something to drink? Because it's hot out here. You must be talking about Igor! We know him! Yes, Igor is not a bad person. He just likes to play with children. Thank you for not hurting him. Good. See, I'm glad my intuition, it wasn't wrong. It wasn't even a little bit. Not wrong at all. And that's love, man. However, my team members were unhappy with that decision. I think I was too scared to fight, that I let the undead go. They think I thought because I was a coward, but that wasn't it. I was just explaining. I was punished. Yeah, I was expelled from the guard corps. So you want to fight the undead here to prove that you're not a coward? That's right. That's right. But I'm not doing this only for myself, but for little Petey here as well. Isn't that right, Pete? Said in that right, Pete? Yeah, Steven, whatever, yeah. See? Kid loves me. What does this have to do with Peter again? I'm missing. I can tell that you love him, Stefan. Trust me. I used to drink, man. I did. Oh, like every day, blackout. Every day, blackout. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I see a kindred spirit here, and I'm trying to listen, man. And I'm just saying, I've been there. But what does this have to do with Peter? Oh, it's easy. After I was expelled from the guard, everybody thought I was a coward. A lot of people made fun of Peter as well, and the other children in town refused to play with him. That's my fault. See what I tell you? It's not your fault, Steven. You don't understand, Peter. When our parents were dying, they told me over and over to take care of you.
Oh, there's a wound on your back, and it looks serious. It must be treated right away.
Where's your healing potion? Don't you always carry it with you? They're useless for wounds like this.
Hey, DangerGrey is the most powerful mage in the universe. He can use magic to turn common healing potions into greater healing potions. This will definitely help with your injuries. Let's not delay. Let's make a greater healing potion.
Right. Healing potion, firethorn, root, and a clotting oil. So, okay, so healing potion, firethorn, right? Hot water. Man, okay. Healing potion, firethorn through, clotting oil. Okay. Healing potion, firethorn through, clotting oil. It's too simple. It's too easy. Greater healing potion, okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. That's better. Did you know the Kaminsky family? Yes, but I have a question. Why are you interested? Because of a soldier. I think we gotta skip through this one, guys. There's your ancestor right here. Oh, that was nice. Learning the undead warrior's truth revived Stephen's determination. As a Kaminsky descendant, he decided to clear his family's name using his own power. Yeah, for sure, Duxie, go for it. Preparing dinner. All right. What? There you go. Graveborn don't eat, but they can make you a proper meal. Hmm. Wow. Wow. Threat detected.
Protect little Carly. Threats must be eliminated.
Dura above, what's this? What are you going to do?
Helen, no, don't hurt them.
They must be followers of the Hypogean. Everyone run! Proud of yourself? It's not your fault, Carolina. It's their fault.
My original plan was to change people's perception of the undead through actions, but I never expected things to turn out like this. I need to apologize to them.
May not be the right time.
Magister, please apologize to the frightened people on my behalf.
Okay, they found the secret passageway. Come on.
The forest will always protect its children. The forest will always protect its children.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable. Optimal training results.
All right, so finally completed. Ha ha ha. Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable. Let's just see if we can get this stable.
May the wind and frost unite as one.
Those tossy charms would be so good.
Is this what victory feels like?
Listen to the sound of falling leaves. The forest is whispering to you.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable.
Welcome, Duxie. Glad you could stop by and see us.
Let's turn the battlefield into a cemetery!
Present. Your command?
New foes, new challenges!
Victory is victory, no matter how it's attained.
What is the next quest?
New foes, new challenges!
Ready.
Who's my next prey?
Time for work again.
potions for sale. Buy 4, get 1 free.
Woohoo!
Oh no, Seth down. Damn. Well, we won the middle one.
Let's turn the battlefield into a cemetery!
What kind of dream will we have today?
What
treasure awaits us today.
No need to cheer.
Potions for sale! Buy 4, get 1 free!
The battlefield, a state of art.
ready.
Come on, baby. Come on, Lenya. Damn it. Yep, gotta be quicker. Oh, I didn't know they had air on hidden. No wonder that didn't work. Yeah, we gotta put Lily up there. So this is interesting. Man, harmonic is great. It really is. Okay. This one's a wild card. Let's see. We're gonna get robbed here. I mean, like ravaged. I meant we're just gonna get like totally burnt. Let's see. No way! Come on now! Come on! Tell me this is gonna work out. Let's go! Come on! 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 Burn him quick! Come on! Ah, victory! No freaking way! That was so good! Poor Danix. Sorry, pal. He and I are buddies, but hot dang, I hope that holds. Oh my gosh, that was great. Wow. With a 30-point deficit. Actually, no, we're down. It's only a 20-point deficit now. Still. Oh my gosh, yeah, moving the twins here was key. And then I beat a pack of wilders using Graveborn of all things. And of course, the surging spell. But that was so rad just now. I'm so pleased about how that went. I can't believe this team beat that team. And Bonnie, look at Bonnie. It was Bonnie and the surging spell, of course. But wow. That was a good play. I hope Danix will forgive me. I really hope we can hold it though. Man, that would be killer to get that frame this early. Would be just stupendous. 57 minutes till calculation time. So, listen guys, we did quite a bit of lore this morning, and I had some other things I was gonna do. I'm not seeing the story quest that I wanted to see. I thought there's the story quest for Bonnie, and I was like pretty sure we hadn't done it on any of my accounts. Like I don't remember doing it a little bit. Do you guys remember doing it here? Do you guys remember me doing it? Did I do it and I just don't remember it? I feel like I didn't. But either way, it's irrelevant because I've got a few things to do here. I got to do IRL because it is our nephew's birthday. So we're going to have to... We did all the prep work for it, all the Graveborn stuff leading up to it, but with the amount of time I have left before I got to go, I think we should save it. And I know today was a bit of a hodgepodge, but I think we still got a lot of fun stuff in. They're not all going to be the best stream ever, but this one was not bad. So I hope you guys had fun, mostly. I hope everybody had fun. I'm sorry I haven't been particularly able to be super attentive to chat either. I know we've had a lot of people here, like Duxie. I appreciate you, man. I know you got lots of ideas. But I, unfortunately, guys, I think I gotta wrap it up there for today. Okay, you do remember me doing the Bonnie Sylvina quest last season. You do remember that, Belle? Because I don't. But you're saying I did it. I don't remember that at all. That's the one I'm talking about, but I don't remember doing it at all. Oh, that's good, Belle. I'm glad to hear it. CJ, you should get Rainer to M+ first. Well, these days, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe just do Taylene. I'm not sure. It's a tough call. I really don't know.
A bit of experience, a bit of luck.
We were chasing after the Void Relic thing and watching her beat up Luca? Oh, wow. I don't remember that at all. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember that even a little bit. Was it voiced? Maybe that's why I don't remember it, is because I didn't have to voice it. Is it a voiced quest? That would make more sense. But I thought Sylvina, I don't know. I'll have to rewatch that episode. Brush up my DangerGrey history. At any rate, I will see everybody again in the next couple days, I have no doubt. Thank you so much for supporting me and the work that I do here. Aha, yeah, Belle, that suddenly makes sense now. That's why I don't quite remember it. All right. Take care, everybody. It's going to be a big week this week. We're starting into the competitive part of the season now. So keep an eye out for some pretty big streams coming up soon. I have no doubt. Look at that guy. Causing trouble. Oh, yeah. Take care, guys. We'll see you again. Analytica forever. Stay safe, Esperians. Already lost our place. We gotta fix that D.